Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tales of Arise for the probably final time. I am John MugiwaraJM, and let's continue. When we last, excuse me. When we last left off, we traveled to Lenegis, what we thought was the Renan homeworld, but apparently there's also another Renan homeworld. Lenegis is just a bridge between the two, and I guess we defeated the Red Woman, but Volron's still around, so I guess now we gotta take care of his ass first. A skit.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
What was your clue? My clue was that they didn't speak.
I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Doherty? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much.
They're like cats. They can understand you. They're just choosing not to listen.
Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Alright, now I guess now we have to head back to the, You kidding me? We gotta walk all that way? What if we go back in that room? What happens? Nothing. We ain't never going in there again. I can't believe this game really wants me to walk all that way back, when fast travel exists. Oh, it's the Apocalyptica song again. Oh well, free XP.
An opponent like this should be easy. Bring him down! You're finished!
You won't balance that. Then you leave me nothing.
Now's the word!
You're not.
Here I come!
Take
this!
That'll bring you down.
Mega Sonic
devastation! Take this!
More with that art steel!
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah! Now you see what I can do!
Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Hear my call!
Luna Rondo! Soaring Legacy! Devastation! Strike! Luna Rondo! You're finished! You're mine! Dragon Form!
In here!
You're mine!
I'll be saving
Megasonic Thrust! Severing Wind! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Eagle Ray!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Dragon Swarm!
I never miss!
I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
I'm gonna miss seeing all those attacks.
I can become even stronger!
Oh, I have to fight him again.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Take this!
Devastation! Devastation! No escape! You're finished!
Sleep now.
Devastation! No escape!
Ready! Hear my call! Spread! Not my watch!
No escape!
Glacial steel!
Dragon Swarm!
Freeze Lancer!
You're mine! You're mine!
Now you see what I can do!
Dragon Swarm!
Holy Lance!
On your
Ready to go.
Lewis!
Far enough.
It's over!
Let them
Just try harder! Now! Easter!
illuminate the dark!
Wind!
Holy
No escape! Soaring Light Spear!
Flame of fury!
break this
No
night!
escape!
Light astral malevolence!
Take it!
Waterfall! Reload! Lightning condemned!
Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the
Wind!
dark! Come forth!
You're mine!
Take this!
Let's try harder! My turn! Take this! Lewis!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Here I come!
Radiant blast!
Take this!
Seal by the power of water! Confiscated!
You picked the wrong device!
Eagle
You're
Ray!
mine! Megasonic Thrust!
Denied!
Here I come! Luna Rondo!
Here's a
Here
hero!
I come! Dragon Swarm!
Wind astral energy! Illuminate the dark!
You go.
You're
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Dance in the wind!
Severing Wind! Devastation!
Lightning
This one's
condemned!
all mine!
Send away!
Take this! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
They really made us work for that one. I won't forgive you!
You're mine! I'll smash you! No escape!
Resonate with the earth!
Severing Wind!
Reflexes will not serve you well.
Devastation! Strike! Here I come! Megasonic Thrust!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Take this! Severing Wind! Here I come! Devastation!
Handle it.
It's over!
Resonate with the
Denied.
Take this! Severing Wind! Ignite!
Rending you on top!
You're mine! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
My turn! You're mine!
Here! That'll bring you down!
Soaring Light Spear! It's over!
I'm all
Wind!
Radiant
I'll
cascade!
smash you! I'm ready! Take this!
Any injuries?
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once.
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look up there, it's Lord Dohalim.
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find a new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among them. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Well, the lights are on now.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy over here? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Well, all those weapons are worse than what I have, really? That looks so cool, though. Oh, that on the other hand looks great.
Hey, look! We've got way more animals!
I never imagined the law would have a knack for husbandry.
Makes sense since they're on the same wavelength.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master.
Wow, holy shit.
That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Sorry about that. Someone messaged me and apparently I had to wade through videos that had advertisements on them, and I wanted to try and get to that.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Oh, I wanted to use the inn. Hey crew, who wants some Boston Market?
That came out great. Everyone's gonna be real surprised.
Of course I can fast travel. God damn it.
Thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Oh, Jesus. Oh! They just warped our asses. Yeah, I figured they wouldn't let us go quietly. But I thought the Red Woman was done. Oh well.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Yes.
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
They're doing it again?
Flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dahna's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dahna die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people. Does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was, or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but Seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dahna, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dahna. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here? That beam of light joining Dahna and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Dahnan side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dahna's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Guess all we can do is take the elevator.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
Blinking 3 times means yes.
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquin. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquin?
You are on Dake Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dahna from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dahna.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dahna? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dahna back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegis. If Dahna has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dahna has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dahna this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dahna's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dahna is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dahna's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dahna.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dahna?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquin devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dahna's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renas Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dahna.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dahna.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
Yep.
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dahna's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquin, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquin who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Yeah, the other levels that we didn't try.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dahna, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dahna completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dahna.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquin, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquin, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the
Man,
others
more
will shed
typos.
more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Also voiced by Patrick Seitz.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrect 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dahna and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrect 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrect 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquin have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquin themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquin, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrect 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquin.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Dahnans by the Helganquin.
What?
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquin. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquin are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquin kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dahna now.
Helganquin technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquin are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dahna's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dahna's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquin that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renaissance, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dahna and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dahna. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquin, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquin. Then the Helganquin created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Dahnans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Dahnans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dahna on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
The party is disbanded.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquin made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevric 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquin could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevric 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Well, I always like to go in reverse order, so...
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dahna, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dahna, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dahna, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Dahnans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that the Renans can live on Dahna peaceably. As the one and only blazing sword, I suspect the Dahnans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
Ha!
And I take
finally
it
the
that
word
you'll be
comes
the
out.
one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Dahnan society without any bloodshed. That is why.
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me. To fight
Put my leg
for
on my
them.
table. Shit.
That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Ah.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquin and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power, and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dahna. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquin's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dahna's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dahna's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine, then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dahna's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dahna from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renas Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dahna's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
The truth.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Is the Renas Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here...
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest you all get some rest in the interim.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dahna's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dahna's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dahna's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dahna's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dahna's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dahna's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dahna's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dahna's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Everett 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dahna's will... Well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No. What were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember saying anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Cute.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We're only fighting all the lords on Dahna? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renas Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Helganquin 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renas Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renus Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
She smiled.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Wow, this might be the most overt romance the Tales game's had. Like, Lloyd and Colette in Symphonia was heavily implied, but, like, this is just... It's just everything except not saying it.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dahna and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Phasal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquin, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquin go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
Plot armor. Duh.
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand.
No shit. That's why I'm asking.
All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
A happy bottle.
I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form. I'm impressed.
There's rumors flying around about people being saved by a Renan vision of beauty.
Vision of beauty? That's a bit much.
Alphen had better stay on his toes.
Where do I come into this?
Yeah, this finally feels like the end. After a long bit of final exposition, anyway.
It would appear that our Helganquin host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
As soon as we land, or I can control myself, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Oh, we're not going to see the warp drive?
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquin come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that
Oh
stuff?
my goodness.
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
Everybody melted into jelly.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dahna.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dahna is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquin in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dahna, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dahna's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Destroyed remnants. Rena.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dahna suffer the same fate. Ever.
Alright, bathroom time. Be right back. If we're gonna end this, I need to have an empty tank and full of energy. Be right back. And I have returned. Ugh.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
No, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renans Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renans Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnans started pressing their own.
Renans, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example, but with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Whoops.
Helganquin! Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
No.
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game. Another incantation ruined.
Here, let me help.
Here! A wall coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
We fled them like
I'm not done!
They smite with
them.
blackened blade!
Oh yeah, they're hive-minded, that's right.
Take this!
Kill one, you kill them all.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Here's a healing arm!
My turn!
First aid!
Soaring light!
Shattering! Being interrupted.
Now!
Spear!
I'm out of ammo! I'm all stuffed up!
The enemy wields arcs too.
You'll soon see about that!
Oh, I thought they were hive health, but I guess not.
No dawn shall break this night.
Ignite!
I'm ready!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Not a chance!
Move direction! Do it!
Hey! Blow them away!
Put us in the wind!
You're mine!
You can't get out of this!
Dragon form!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
Alpha livid wolf.
Let me know if you need healing.
Anything in armor.
These lists can run rings around us.
Here I come! Dragon Force! Wind! Devastation! Soaring levels! You're the way to be let free! Eat this!
Dragon Force! Bloody howling!
On your knees.
Where are you
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me!
Devastation! Dragon Force! Ignite!
Oops.
Dragon Force! Devastation! Take this! Here!
Elusive deity! Hitting pile!
Dragon Force! Take this!
I'm ready! Goodwill! Demons descend! Flashing bang!
My turn! You're mine! Devastation! Soaring light spear!
Now or never.
Take this!
Take this!
Strike! You're finished! Wind!
I'm ready!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Retirement plans.
I wonder what Helganquin civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Ah, to retire at 28.
Just a friendly suggestion.
He'd be retiring earlier than me.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No, I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Ah.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquin?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquin?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat.
Get him, Hoodle.
Oh, what did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle.
Ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dahna, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dahna and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquin, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquin. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Dahna, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Dragon form!
This one's mine. I'm still using airborne content.
Stay calm.
That'll bring bring you
I shall
down.
provide assistance.
Flying freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Dragon form!
Lightning orb!
Divine wind! It's over!
Denied!
Holy lamp!
The flame inside
Do
is
it!
yours!
Sion!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
More sucrals?
Keep calm and take them down.
Here I come! Devastation!
I'm ready. Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Reinforcements?
It's over!
Negative! I'm ready!
Kitara frozen.
Hammer!
My turn!
Awakening resealed.
I'll smash you!
Let the marks cut away. This one's mine.
It's over! Dragon form!
Hear my call.
Wind! Devastation!
Here's evil.
I'm not done!
Freeze Lancer.
Severing wind! You're mine! The flame inside me yearns to be let
Do it.
free!
Goodwill! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
More incoming.
Take this! I'm not done!
Can't get out of this!
Thank you! Severing wind!
Resonate with the earth!
This is in the sky. It's mine.
Soaring legendary!
Rending you apart! Bloody hell!
Dragon form!
Resonate with the earth!
It's time!
Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Dragon form! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Illuminate the dark.
You're mine!
They smite the dragon blade!
Do it.
Victory! In an instant! Impact block! More?
Dance in the wind.
Burn!
Rending you apart!
Here I come! Here I come!
This is in the sky. It's mine.
I'm ready! Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Now! Devastation! Luna Rondo!
Now.
Not a chance!
This one's mine.
You're mine!
You off the way. Radiant, I never miss.
Here I come!
Resonate with
I'm
the
not
earth!
done!
Stalagmite!
Devastation!
Into the shadows.
No art of being interrupted!
Annihilation.
Here I come!
Mega ray.
Crush!
I'm all
It's on!
stopped up.
You're finished!
Mega ray. Light astral energy.
Ignite!
In a bind!
Those are impressive. Get more?
I'm ready!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
My turn!
Not much longer to go.
Come on, one final push.
Let's do this together, Alvin.
Denied!
It's over. Take this. Megasonic drop. Dragon form. More? You picked the wrong fight. Dragon swarm.
Freeze
Dance
Lancer.
on the wind! I'm ready! Kitara! I'll stop your movement! And I'll stop your life!
On your knees. No escape.
Reheat storm.
Dragon swarm. You're mine.
Here's the
Severing wind. You're mine. No escape.
Flame of fury. Hear my call. Air thrust. Let them marksman. Like this in Jericho. Where are you going? Illuminate the
The
dark.
flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Now.
Michelle,
This ends now.
consider yourself finished.
There we go.
I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best. I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquin. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Dahnans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Dahnans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Dahnans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, then if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply...
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Leave the chargers to me!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Flying freak! Why can't they just sit still?
See him! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! On your
Back into the fray! Mega Ray!
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Raising you apart! Severing Wind!
Now! Kigara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Not a chance! I'm not... Devastation! Lunarongo! Elusive Deity! Go time! I'm ready!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
A flawless victory! Take this! Not today! Take this! Devastation! No escape! Take this! I'm not done! Dragon War! I'm ready! Go! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Where are you going?
Raising you apart! I'm ready! Bring up!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Spirits my turn! Soil. Awaken and recap! Strike! Pierce!
Raging cascade!
Ignite!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
A wall shield from calamity. No further. You're finished. Resonate with me. Two back. Stand back. I'll trip it out. I'm ready. All yours, Kisara. I'm not done. The flame inside me. Yours to be let free.
Pierce evil! Freeze Lancer!
Dragon Swarm. Burn. Here. I owe you one. I'm not done.
Confiscated!
Dragon Swarm.
Radiant love! Here! I'm out of ammo! Watch him! Annihilation! Dance in the wind!
No dawn will break this night. I'm not done. Devastation. Take this. Elusive Wind. Take this. Devastation.
Get toasty!
Burn strike. Not a chance to be seen. You picked the wrong fight.
Laser spear!
Dragon
Pierce evil!
Swarm.
They take
this. Take this.
Do it!
Demon Descent. Flashing Fang. My turn.
Anything in armor is all mine!
I'll
take you.
Do it!
I can feel my precision improving.
Don't get careless!
You tell me?
Devastation. Come one, come all.
Where are you going?
Armor won't save you!
This one's all mine. Eat this. Severing Wind. Here I
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
You're finished! Tornado drop! Here I come! I'm not done!
Begin! And this is DNA.
You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Form!
Leave the charges to me! Deny!
I'm not done!
Severing wind! I'm ready!
Kikara, I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Now! Here I come!
Can't get out of this!
You're mine! Dragon Form! Here! I'm not done!
Take this!
Dragon!
Now you see what I can do!
It's on!
Standing form!
Burn in hell! Dragon Form! Legacy! Here!
I never miss.
Here I come! Wind! Lunar Rumble! I'm not done! Take this!
I don't feel like my usual self. Are you all right? Let me handle this one.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arm.
Take this! Dragon Form!
Confiscated. Lunar blast.
Severing wind!
Ready to go!
Devastation!
Deny!
Hear my call.
Devastation! You're mine! Burn!
I can't hold on much longer.
Here!
Gathering the last pieces!
Attack us.
Severing wind!
Require
Here I
complete
come! You're finished! Devastation!
Let letters dance in the wind. Air
Here
thrust.
I come!
Both
Dragon
arms lightning
Form!
attack.
Wind!
I can carve through armor!
The
Take
flame
this.
inside me yearns to be let free!
Lunar
On
corruption.
Severing wind! You picked the wrong
Here's your
fight!
shield.
Wind!
Purge the I never miss. Arcane
Take
waterfall.
this!
Resonate with the earth!
Sleep now. Lord of the
Soaring
Fire.
light fear!
Reload.
Devastation!
Raging
Escape!
Banana ball. I can handle it. Strike! Water, hear my call.
Resonate with the earth! Come on,
Strike!
Pierce through!
Better.
Resonate with the earth!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar! Raging Cascade!
You're mine! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
You take it? Take this!
Dragon Form!
Free Panther! Dance in the wind!
Use this deity!
Looks like you
I'm ready!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I don't think I'm going to be able to do any more healing for now.
This looks nice and tough.
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden. So,
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquin. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building?
This won't be easy.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Take this! Here I come!
Shield from Helganquin. I'll smash you!
Take this! Now I can let loose! Devastation!
By the power of water!
Far enough!
I'm not done! Dragon distance! Heal! Dragon
Now, thanks for the healing. Get toasty!
Burn strike!
The water
Spirits within the soil. Awaken and reborn.
evil.
You're mine! Rena!
Astral energy!
Say no more. Shut!
Well done.
You're more! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
I must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black. Good advice for all of us, to be honest.
Money.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
My word. This must be the work of Providence.
What now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
You picked the wrong fight.
Careful! It has some kind of camouflage!
Devastation! No escape! Devastation! It's over! Here I come! Dragon!
Leave the charges to me. I'll grind you into dust.
Megasonic thrust! Take this!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! That'll bring you down!
Covering wind! Burn!
Take this!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Thanks, Shield. Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Pierce! Coming through! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Here I come! Dragon Swarm! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Devastation! Inside me, yours to be let free! Take this!
Let me free you of your power.
There you go! Fill that out!
You're mine!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really
If
don't.
it's in the sky, it's mine!
Tornado drop!
I need something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
Prepare to be sealed!
Take this!
Here I
Let me free you of your power.
Deny!
Do it!
Shield!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
I'm not going to fight every single one of these things if I have to. Or if I don't have to. Ah, but these guys on the other hand.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Eat dirt! calamity. Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Radiant astral energy.
Say no more. Got it.
Well done.
Take this.
Flame of fury. Glacial spear. Here's evil.
Win!
Blaze Lancer.
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis.
My turn. This one all mine. Lunar
Don't mind
Rondo.
if I do.
Begin. You're mine.
First aid. Now.
Totally. In an instant. Impact block. Now. Here I come. Dragon Swarm.
Blade.
I'm ready.
Get toasty.
Bird strike.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Another one of these damn things.
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing. Where are you going?
Here I come. It's time to cross blades.
Nothing gets by me. What would I do without you?
Dragon Swarm.
Shield from calamity. Light astral lightning defense.
Okay, here I try harder. Win.
Illuminate the dark.
Devastation.
Holy glimmer.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
In a bind. I'll leave it to you.
Illuminate the dark.
You. Dance in the wind. Flaming siren. Yours to be let free. Rending you. Devastation. Resonate with the
It
other.
looks like you got this one covered. Here goes.
You're finished.
Aqua. I'm all
Dragon Swarm. Heal.
Heal force.
Try harder.
Raging
Dragon
storm.
Another
incantation ruin.
Does it hurt? Wind. Dance in the wind. Devastation.
Outstanding storm.
I'll thank you. Dance on the wind. Shattering the pieces.
Spirit within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc. Pierce.
Lunar Plow. Light.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Catapult. This one's
That'll
all
bring you
mine.
down.
You picked the wrong fight.
Dance in the wind.
Take this.
Air thrust. Annihilate. Photon blast. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Light
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Dragon Swarm. Lunar Round.
Radiant
I'm not done.
Flawless flight.
Wind. Devastation.
It
can't get out of this. Ha! Not today.
Now.
Still.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
That was a little close for comfort. I have a bad feeling about this.
Anything normal is all mine. Megasonic Thrust. You're mine. Dragon Swarm. From calamity. Megasonic Thrust. Here I come. Dragon Swarm. Come and face me. It's over. Take this. Awaken and wreak. The right wind. Devastation. Soaring Light Spear. It's over.
Here, do it.
Soaring Light Spear. Eat this. Take it. Severing wind. Soaring light sphere!
Resonate with the earth!
Take this!
Dragon form! Lifting you apart! Bloody I can carve through armor! Resonate with the earth!
Dragon form! In an instant! Impact block!
I need to be stronger. I have a bad feeling about this.
Dragon form!
Take this!
I owe you one! Devastation! No
These things really get on my
Take you
nerves.
all on!
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Theo, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Take this! Dragon form! I'm not done!
Benediction light.
You're mine!
Another incantation ruining your destiny. Mental meal is on you. Good God.
Now, get toasty.
Burn strike!
Resonate with the earth!
Here I come! I'm not done!
Lifting you up through armor! Bloody
You're mine! Dragon form!
Now or never! Take this!
Megasonic thrust!
I'm ready! Too fast!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! They might
You picked the wrong fight!
Sleep now.
Devastation!
Get you all tucked away.
No escape! Devastation!
awaken and will!
Healing for come through.
I owe you one!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Being interrupted. Spirits within the soil.
Nothing gets by me.
Get up!
Bathed in blood. Rending you apart. Bloody howling! Save you!
Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here I come!
So I still had room to grow.
Oh, this is gonna get repetitive. Come on, I've had enough of these guys. I don't care if it's the end of the game, I'm sick of this shit.
Looks like some solid equipment.
I go around. Nope.
This one will be difficult to predict.
A spot of peace. Anyone?
Devastation! Here I come! Devastation!
Begin!
Take this! Take this!
Hold on to your art.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And what's humbling to me?
Benediction light.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help. This one's mine.
Here I come!
Now I can let loose. Ready and rare. I can carve through armor.
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Sweet interruption. Get on in there with
Can you take it? Elusive deity.
Get up!
Rotating fire.
Natural defenses are favorable.
I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never.
Dragon form!
The compass engulfs you.
Dragon form! Okay, here I go. Eat this!
Sorry.
You do the same for me.
Dragon Swarm!
There you go! Don't let up!
Dragon Swarm!
We're on the top field!
Catapult! Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Back into the flow! Annihilation!
Blind you with a shot! The tempest engulfs you!
Dragon Swarm!
Take this! Let me take this!
Shining Supernova! Light act raging
You're
cannon!
mine! I'm not done! Now I can let loose!
Will this help?
You're mine!
I'm ready!
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger!
No more of them, please.
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
God damn it! Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with them. Oh my fucking god!
What's with that shining foe over there?
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Dragon Swarm! Burn! That button is driving you mad!
Shattering pieces! Attack time!
It got fired!
I'm stuck! Let him fly!
Mega Oyo! Okay, here I go! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Annihilation!
Here I come!
Everlasting darkness!
Negative one!
Negative
You're
days!
mine! Dragon Swarm! Okay, here I go! Dragon Swarm!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well done!
You're mine!
Where are you
Inside
going?
me, yours
Here
will be let free!
Everlasting
Burn in hell!
Here I go! In here!
You're mine!
Mega ray!
Severing wind! You're mine!
I'm expert! Come through! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! You're mine! Try harder!
Can you take it?
Take this!
Armor won't save you!
I'm not done!
Thunder field!
Severing wind!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kitara!
Severing wind!
Can't get out of this!
Devastation! Soaring
Can you
light
take
spear!
it?
Where are you going?
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
You're mine! Severing wind! Devastation!
My watch!
Okay, here I go! Severing wind! Devastation! Take this! Strike!
Lightning and death!
Devastation!
Illuminate the
Take this! Wind! Devastation! Here I come!
Into the shadow!
I'm not
Ready and rare!
Mega ray!
I have no limits! Pierce!
Bloody!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing!
I'll grind you into
Dragon
That'll bring you down!
You're mine!
Please no!
Ah! Eat dirt!
This will come in
Take
handy!
this! Here I come! Rena!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here's a healing!
Not a chance! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I've been doing really great lately.
That equipment should come in handy.
Oh, I came from here.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Dragon Swarm!
Now it can let loose. It can hide itself?
No further! Here I come! Severing Wind!
I'll face you.
Where are you going?
Soaring Light Spear!
What in the world? Don't worry. I'm alright. Still standing. Benediction light.
Hold on to your
Being
arms.
interrupted.
Here I come.
Take that.
Supernova.
Be still!
Nothing gets by me. Behold, the earth pulse. Tectonic vision.
Severing Wind! Devastation! Take this! Devastation! Soaring Light Spear! Crush! Dragon Swarm! Severing
Another
Wind!
incantation ruined.
Move escape! Time to let it rip! You're mine! It's time! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
Burn! Heal! I owe you one.
Let me free.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there was improvement.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Dragon Swarm!
I'll face you.
I'll bring you down.
Dance on the wind! Take this!
On you can't get out of this.
Try harder! Not today!
A charge like that can easily be faced.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
I'm not done! You're finished!
I'm only getting ready.
Let me free you of your power. Dispel.
I can do it.
Take this!
You must be tired of killing me.
I'm merely doing what I can.
Glad you're on our side, Dahna.
Take this! I'm not done! Dragon shattering pieces!
Bathe
Burn!
in blood.
Raising you apart! Severing Wind! Devastation!
Healing circle. Thanks. Just what I needed. Light
On
as
your
illumination.
Now try harder! You're mine!
Holy land.
You're mine!
I'll never miss.
It's over! Devastation! Time to let it rip! Megasonic thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Oh wait, I can fast travel again. But I probably can't come right back here. Yeah, screw it. We're so close to the end. Let's just get it done.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No, they appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquin.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Dahnans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Dahnan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What the hell is that?
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary Zoogle. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. No further! Wind! Here I come!
Take this. Anything in order is all mine. From calamity.
Not today! Barrier! Lunarongo! It's over!
Its head is its weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
No one shall break this match.
Hear my call!
You're mine! It was a shot. The tempest engulfed you. They might be black and blade.
You're
mine! Dragon form!
This one's mine!
Take that! I can carve through armor!
By the power of water!
Amazing.
Raging cascade!
You're mine!
Reload!
It's over! Somebody win!
In
a bind? Soaring right spear! The flame inside is yours to be let free! Lunarongo! Soaring light spear! Soaring light spear! It's over! You're mine! Seven waves! Devastation! Shattering my pieces! Take this! You're finished! This was all mine! Here I come! It's here! I'm not done!
Raging cascade!
Demon Lash! Dragon Form!
Lightning! Down in there with the others!
Here!
Lunar corruption! Supernova!
Blood! Rending you apart! Bloody howling!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! You're mine! Here!
Lunar corruption!
Dragon
Back to
Form!
Mega Ray!
Take this!
I'll
outthink you!
Lunar corruption!
Burn!
By the power of water!
Take this! I'm not done!
Into the shadows!
Here I come!
Hold on to your arm!
Megasonic
Here I
Rush!
come!
And you take it?
Reload!
Wind!
Thunder
Devastation! Here I come!
Feel the healing arm!
Severing wind!
The enemy is going all out!
Soaring light spear! It's over!
Just wait!
Here I come!
Let me help!
Here! Crush! It's over!
Tempest Lunar corruption!
Dragon Form!
By the power of water! That'll bring you down!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Glacial
Take
field!
this!
Another incantation ruined.
Now you see what I can do! Take this! Dragon!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Here I come! Lunarongo! Soaring light spear! Devastation! You're mine!
fight! Severing wind! Here I come!
I think I'm coming down with something grave.
A chronic inability to read the room?
A malady your eyes cannot fix. Out of the woods, it seems.
Freeze, Lancer! Get in the wind!
Negative yes gun resonate with the air! Megasonic thrust! Here!
Sorry to trouble you.
I owe you one.
Being interrupted.
Lunar Rondo! Soaring light spear!
Denied! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
No escape!
Wonderful! Here's a healing art!
Everlasting dark! Wind! Negative gate! Soaring light spear! I'm not done! Devastation! Bloody howl! Here I come! Dragon swarm! Mega tank! I can carve through armor!
I didn't think you had it in you.
I'll congratulate you later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
It's over! Lunar Rondo!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Everlasting shot! Severing blade! Devastation! I'm not done! You're finished! Soaring light spear! Elusive deity! I'm not done!
Leave it here!
Burn! Here I come! Mega
Anything in armor,
can you take it?
It's showtime!
It's over! No escape! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests. What do you mean? You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquin been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Donalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks like the Helganquin have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting. But I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look!
Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Oh hey, now I can fast travel. I'm gonna go buy some items.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
Yes. Love that it's the sound of them walking, but we're going to another planet.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Ooh.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on.
Oh, Jesus.
And just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits... This one will be difficult to predict.
Lionheart! This one's mine!
Okay, here I go. You're finished!
Being interrupted.
You're mine!
Aim for the weak spot.
A wall.
Shield from calamity.
The flame is...
Barrier!
Here I come!
Will this help?
Devastation!
energy!
Devastation!
Hold on to your arm. Here I come!
Thanks.
Dance on the wind!
Sorry to trouble you.
Take this!
I can carve through armor!
Dragon Swarm! Severing Wing! Take this!
Got it! Now's our chance!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'll thank you! Take this!
Dragon Swarm!
Dance on the wing!
Dragon Flight Thrust!
Dragon blade!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Execution!
You're mine!
This one's mine! That'll bring you down!
Severing Wing! Here I come!
Lightning
Thrust!
Heal!
Now!
Aura won't save you!
Illuminate
Thrust! I'm not
into the chest!
Can you take it?
I think all mine! Burn!
By the power of
Amazing.
Can you clamor for my true
That's
power?
what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Elusive deity!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic fission!
Dragon Swarm! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dahna's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dahna's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dahna's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dahna exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dahna's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Rena Alma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Rena Alma's here, right?
Just don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrect 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renas Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquin can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
In a vine? No escape! You're mine! I'll smash you!
Here, let me help.
It's over! It's on!
It's a duel of the arts.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for you truly. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action. A merry affection.
There's still more to go.
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops! Magic is there!
Soaring Light Spear!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops! Looks like it could be worth something.
And thus our strength yet grows.
If I don't gotta, I won't. What the hell?
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Easter! Here I come!
They veil it cute stuff, but they're vicious. This one's mine.
Shield, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
I can carve through walls! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! The flame inside is yours to be let free! Here I come!
Hear my call. Leave the enemy's arts to me.
No complaints here!
Deny. Freeze Order.
No escape!
I'll stop its charge. Thanks,
Dragon
Kisara.
Form!
I never miss.
You're kidding!
Here, let me know.
This one's all mine!
Raging Cascade.
Here I come!
Dance in the wind.
Here!
Thanks.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Anything in armor is all mine. Dance in the wind. By the power of water.
Severing wind!
Now.
Devastation!
I'm all stopped up.
You're my wind! Devastation! Here I come! I'll knock you out! Soaring Light! It's over! Devastation!
Leave the charges to me.
Dragon Swarm!
One more time.
Try harder!
Wind! I don't even know the word defeat. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Take this!
Resuscitation! Wind Astrolin! I'll bring you back from death's abyss. The enemy is going all out! Resuscitation! Here.
Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Easter!
Thanks, Shield.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Try my turn! I can carve through armor!
Take dance in the wind! Here!
Dragon Swarm! It's over! Can't get out of this! Try my turn! Dragon Swarm! Begin! Wind! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Oh, hey, Double. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Sorry, I've been so focused on what's been going on. I didn't even see the chat for a moment, so I don't know when you came in. But welcome all the same. I'm wrapping this game up very, very soon. Oh, just now? Okay.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My turn! Where are you going? Illuminate the dark! Dragon Force! No escape! Now this one's all mine! Here I come! No escape!
It's like just a darker, more stronger version of these things from like an earlier dungeon. For all the advancements that the Tales games has done, I do hate that they're still doing that. Oh, you want to fight these large boss monsters again and again and again and again up until the final boss? No, too fucking bad. Seriously, these guys look like a reskin of the Asylum Demon from Dark Souls 1. I haven't played any Dark Souls games, so I wouldn't know. Then again, this is Namco Bandai, so they'd be just ripping off themselves. Ooh, let me get Shion so I can do her at Mystic Art. I love her Mystic Art. Die already, come on.
My concentration is dwindling. Perhaps I'm tired.
I feel that. Wait, whose equipment was that? The only reason I'm wandering around these rooms is because this is everybody's best equipment. It was probably an accessory.
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Nope. If I don't have to fight it, I'm not doing it. Alright, almost out. We're almost out. Let me guess, there's one by the door. I tried.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Actually, these guys are easy to kill, so.
Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal. It got fired.
I've got this.
An astral, all yours. I've been hit with something.
So even a master has his limit.
Not feeling so great. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Not a chance. In a bind. Struck. Dragon Swarm. Wind.
Why'd you heal me? To stop me dying?
Right. You picked the wrong fight. Dragon Swarm. Severing Wind. Take this. I'm ready. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone.
I love that. Just hammering them over the head until the boost meter builds up.
And I'll stop your run! On your knees.
Devastation! Air pressure! This one's all mine. Ready!
Oh.
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Alright, where does that put us? The great structure elevator. Let me guess. We go up the elevator, we have to do the long-ass fight with some random monsters. This is like a reverse of the other area. Yep, called it.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I'll take you all on. Take this. I'll smash you. It's over.
Your wings won't save you from me.
Wind. Flying free. Why can't they just sit still? Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
More of them?
Lightning orb, raging cascade, glacial steel, pierce the evil. So weak.
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us.
I'll be right at Rena in no time. Raging cascade, first aid. Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Well done.
Here I come.
First aid.
It's over.
Leave the enemy's arc to me.
Here I come.
Resonate with
Do it here. Sia.
This one's got your name on it.
Action to action. More?
Can you take it? This one's mine. Shadow go pieces.
Make it. Might with black and gray.
Now.
Johalim. All yours, Kisara. My turn. Tearing you apart.
I'm out of ammo.
It's over. The flame inside is yours to be let free. Burn! Take this. You're mine. Here. Take this. Megasonic thrust. I'm not done. Dragon form.
Rise and rend.
You're mine.
This one's mine.
I'm not
Do
done.
it.
Rena.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
More. Devastation.
No escape. Those are impressive.
Shouldn't have held the door for him.
Lifetime to master. You know, keep training.
Eat them. Severing wings.
I didn't hold the door for them. They barged in.
Deep, and we can do this. Keep calm and take them down.
Smash you. No escape. You're Dragon swarm. Here I come.
Where are you going?
Let me free you of your power. Here.
Nothing gets by me. I'm all stuffed up. Mega ray.
You picked the wrong fight. Here I come. Here. Dragon swarm. Chill.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elton.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
I'm not done. I'm ready. In an instant. Impact block. Not a chance. No escape.
Where are you going?
Johalim. All yours, Kisara. Now. You're mine.
We natural energy. Hold on here, aren't they? Here I come.
I'm gonna miss those boost strikes.
Severing wind. Devastation.
Get toasty.
Burn strike. Now more. Luna Rondo.
Any RPG that does party member team attacks is a goat in my book. Chrono Trigger and Tales of Arise specifically, I know do that. But this one has a much needed bonus. Like, not only do they look cool, but they're like one-hit kills if you pull them off.
Do it. Save your compliment.
Blow them away. In a bind. Here I come. This one's all mine. Burn. Here I come. You're making a dance.
Do it.
Johalim. All yours, Kisara. More. I never fit. Now! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
There's a flame inside me, yearning to be let free. Scream, face, blood. Rending you apart.
Do it! Raging cascade!
No one else has spawned, so I think this might be the end of it.
It's over!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
I'm ready! Astral energy!
Say no more! Not a chance! I'll not begin!
I never miss!
Yeah. There we go.
I've still got a ways to go!
God, I hope not, Alphen. This. Yeah, it's literally just a reverse of the beginning of the area. Oh, good. That I haven't even used any of those, so those will be a big boon. No. Oh, are they like blocking the door? Oh, no, that's a light. Oh, fuck. One of them just like charged towards me.
Wow! You've got to be lucky to find this stuff.
Indeed. I can tell it's quite the find.
I got everything I need from this room. No, honestly, I don't even use the accessories. Good to have if there's like a trophy or something, though. Oh, fuck that. At least now they're not all blocking the doors. Oh, wow, I hit the mother lobe with materials. Wait. Yeah, I thought I opened that one already. That's why I thought I missed that. No. Yeah, run while he roars. Oh, one of them's blocking a chest. You know what? It's probably an accessory. I don't want it.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
The only thing that this guide recommended was picking up everybody's armor in those areas, but I think I have everyone's best.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't get...
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dahna's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquin. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna... Rinwell!
The hell, so much happened so fast. Run as well, I could go for a pizza. God, at this late hour, I could even, but there's no place nearby that would deliver at this late.
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one.
Ah, the unification of the two worlds. That's definitely a plot line that hasn't been used in a Tales game before.
What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed.
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dahna and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
But how did it...
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know.
How's it trying to do that by
Its will
siphoning
is
the
clear.
energy
That's
out of
what the
it?
Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dahna's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dahna while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted. Like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dahna, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dahna and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
You mean you didn't pick up on that?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquin who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Xion. I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dahna and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
Nah, people would find another way to subjugate others. It just wouldn't be done exactly this way.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dahna, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevrect 35 told us. The Dahnan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dahna's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dahna the planet was spared.
I'm just in the Dark Souls mindset now. Kill God, let the flame burn out. No kings, no gods, only man. Is that because Elden Ring's coming out in a few days?
I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's Great Spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
Another one of these. But again, this is like a reverse of the beginning. Oh my god! I forgot those things could teleport. The whole place is like a reverse of the entrance. So like we're like the first room before. Sir? Sir, can I squeeze by you? No? Oh, I have to go. Son of a bitch. He's the way to the exit. If I could run Elden Ring. Don't have the PC for it. I haven't touched a Soulsborne game at all, so I have not no real desire or interest at the moment in Elden Ring. Is this like a hell version of like the dragon? When did we fight a dragon earlier in the game? Because that's definitely a reskin of a boss we fought a while ago.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
I'll thank you.
Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt.
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
Oh Jesus, that was easy.
Dragon
without you.
Can't get out
Perhaps
of this.
now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Coming through. Ha! Now.
Door kicks and I installed Dark Souls. I'll play them at some point.
You're mine. Okay, here I go. Take this.
I don't need more on the backlog.
Wide open.
It won't escape me.
This one's all
Mind if I
mine.
do?
Here. Devastation. I'm not done. Burn in hell.
The enemy wields arc too.
We'll soon see about that. This one's mine. It looks like you got a shot. Hear my call.
God, even at the end of the game, we're still learning arts.
Raging cascade. Freeze lancer. Shield. Get on your nose with the others.
You're finished.
I'll heal you all. Lightning
Hold
orb.
nothing back. Dragon swarm.
All right.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Oh, I would end the stream if it weren't at the end.
Okay, here I go. Take this. No further. Megasonic thrust.
Need to pull myself together. Standing form. Do it.
I'm ready in an instant. Impact block.
No more enemy reskins, please.
Should come in handy when crafting weapons.
I know I have to like fight like 3 more bosses, like actual bosses, before the end of this game, so I just want to get it over with.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
Oh, son of a bitch! Enough of this! No, I remember seeing somewhere that someone said that the pacing for this game takes a nosedive towards the end. I'm starting to see what they mean. Like, the first part of this game is like pitch perfect, paced just fine. But this last part is a drag.
Megasonic thrust. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Take this. Megasonic thrust. Strike.
In a bind.
Take this. Severing wind. Devastation.
Healing art. Here goes.
Devastation. Ha! Burn. Devastation.
Will this help?
Take this. Resonate with you. Escape. Here I go. Awakening reclass.
Masterful job. Now you see what I can do.
Be careful not to overdo it.
Just as well, I'm here to stop. Bring you down.
Dance in the wind. Dragon swarm.
Fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
I half joke though. I usually say Dark Souls 3 is the best entry point series based on a jank. That's, once I have a smaller backlog, I may consider picking those games up. Or maybe I'll save it for SPR. It'll be funnier.
Rage.
So much for Dohalim's. So much for Dohalim's mystic art. I like his a lot.
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good. Benediction light.
Don't mind if I do.
Well, at least I can use mine again. Never mind. Screw that.
Consider yourself finished.
Out of here with that shit. I must have fought like 6 of those things tonight.
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Oh my god. Oh, good. They're not blocking the doors. That's different. Run past them. These things again? God damn it!
This one will be difficult to predict.
I wonder if I can run away. I try to run away, he smacks me dead. I don't think I've ever run away from a fight before. Hold nothing back, but run away.
I'll stop its charge. Thanks, Kisara.
Oh shit, I did not know you could do that. Alright, these things aren't that hard.
We have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Dragon Form! Glacier Speed coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Honestly, an SBR might not be a bad idea. You kind of want someone to help initiate you into Dark Souls. Or make fun of me. If the Mario 64 playthrough isn't even to go by.
In a vine, shivering wind, come one, come all. Now you see what I can do.
Do it. Get toasty.
Burn strike. Marker, marksman on the way. You picked the wrong fight.
Illumin astral energy.
Say no more.
Well done.
Might with black and flame. Blue escape.
Water, hear my call. All disasters may die.
God, if I knew I could just flee from the monsters that are blocking the doors, I would just do that.
In an instant. Impact block.
Any injuries? Don't get careless.
Let's see if it works for these guys too. Not interested. I have fought like 7 of those tonight. It is tiresome. Enough.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great.
God, I thought I hated the dungeon in Berseria. This is worse.
I don't sense a will of its own.
Tails never did learn their lesson of not making the final dungeon suck ass.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
Okay. So we're in the convergence zone. And that looks like it's the final area before it's the end. Is there a fast travel thing here? Wait, what? Wait, do you have to do all of these? Son of a bitch. Yeah. Can I run? No. God, this is the energy of like the Mega Man Wily castles where you have to fight. You have to go in all these rooms before you go to fight Wily.
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still? Leon, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
An astral light?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Here's evil.
It's over. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Well, I wouldn't have minded this if I didn't have to fight like 5 of these each before this moment. Like, why even have those at all? Put them here, I'd be fine with it.
I never miss.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
And I know it's a boss rush because they're doing that one song that's been in every Tales game since I want to say at least Symphonia, where like when you fight an especially strong monster, there's a specific song that doesn't have a name because the name changes with every entry, but it's the same tune.
It's over. Let me free you of your power. Not today. I'm not done.
Sorry.
Hold nothing back. Dragon Swarm. Eagle Wave. Coming through.
So how's Arceus been treating you? Have not touched it since I first played it. That's why I'm going to be streaming it when this is done.
No further. Attack time. I can carve through armor.
I've only played the first 2 hours. I'm just going to start over.
Take this. I can handle it. Denied. Devastation. Burn in hell. You're mine. It's over. Devastation. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind you. That'll bring you down.
I'll leave it to you.
In here.
Yeah, I've picked up more hours at work lately, so I have a lot less free time. Like my free time is when I stream these days. But tomorrow I'm taking a break.
Hold nothing back.
That and I'm recording SB Arbor tomorrow. We're gonna finish Cuphead.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Here I come.
Why'd you hear me?
To stop you dying? They're not playing around.
Oh my god, die already.
You picked the wrong fight. I'm ready.
What's happening?
Lightning crazy cascade.
I saw a prompt for strike, but I didn't see what button to press.
Eagle Ray. Your flesh. Can you take it? Dragon Swarm.
I was worried my girlfriend would beat me to beating this game, but after this dungeon, nah, that's not gonna happen. Especially since she's not even awake right now.
You picked the wrong fight.
I don't even know the word defeat. It's time to finish this. Die! Consuming wildfire!
Not a spoiler, so I'll say like that every Pokemon seems to be greatly expanded move pool, so lots of things are more viable. Like I got a Lopunny that's basically a type switch army knife. That's interesting. I've heard quite a few good things about this, and I've already seen some of the new forms of certain Pokemon. So, and I was actually curious. I actually looked up some of the new Pokemon too. So I won't be totally spoiled if they're mentioned by accident. But like, I knew I wouldn't be able to avoid spoilers forever, so I just went and looked.
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Oh, this is the best armor.
My word, this must be
Fortress armor. I'm guessing that's for Kassar. Best armor? That's better. What the fuck?
the work of Providence.
What now? It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Oh, okay, you only have to fight one. Good. I'm good with that. That's fine. But the other ones are like, oh, just in case if you wanna. But judging from the one bit of armor that I got, it sucks compared to what she already has. So you haven't sold me on the rest of them. Also, I'm very tired and I want to get this game done. And, yep, at this point, it's the final 3 bosses.
Why don't we just use this?
Now we discover the boss is 100 more HP damage for each you don't do.
Jeez, don't scare me like that. What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that.
Well, the guy just says we highly recommend checking out all 6 Astral Energy spectators with best order for your party. Well, that was a fucking lie.
Find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it.
Oh, I know why I'm tired. I finished my G Fuel. Now I don't have any more.
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Dahna or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go!
I doubt there was a fast travel area here. Was there? No. Well, you know what? I have plenty of items and I haven't even used the elixirs, so... Alright, boss rush time to the end. Let's fucking go. Once you proceed past this point, there's no turning back. Go! 3 bosses, and then we're done. Oh. Oh, pardon me. Did I really finish all my G Fuel? There's a little bit left. Not enough that I can get it out, though. There we go, I got a little bit. Because all I have now is water. Oh no, horrifying street lamps.
Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter.
According to Hevrek 35, This should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
Renan!
Is that like Dahna's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
That looks like the thing from the end of Kingdom Hearts 1. Except now it has a body.
It has so much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us...
The giant battleship thing, yeah, yeah. A little bit, just with more eyes.
I feel them whirling inside me.
Like, specifically that face.
I'm certain of it.
No, you know what he actually looks like? He looks like the Bio-Lizard from Sonic Adventure 2.
This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
Like the head, at least, does.
What do we do now? Rena's almost inside that thing. And I don't think we'll win this fight without it. We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
I will grant the music's still great.
And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, I understand what you're doing. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first,
You'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
Level 58.
You to consume. And we're not pumpkins for you to control.
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we're going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now. Devastation! Dance in the wind! Here I come! Devastation! Soaring light sphere!
I'm only getting
Devastation!
Reload! Lightning!
You're mine! Rena!
Here, let me help.
Take this! Devastation! Soaring light sphere! You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Wind!
Here goes!
Devastation!
Here's a healing!
Take it!
Take it. Grind you into dust.
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Here, my banana!
Armor won't save you.
Raging cascade!
Deity.
Devastation!
Denied.
This one's all mine!
And you're dead.
You're mine!
They're not playing around. Pierce evil.
I owe you one.
I'm just gonna spam this till I go land. If that's alright with you. Oh, that didn't take too long.
That'll bring you down. Dragon form. Severing wind. Okay, here I go. Shattering pieces. Attack time. Now let's see what I can do. Begin.
Hold on to your heart. Here I come.
Here I come. Lunar Rondo. Devastation.
Celestial now.
Remote.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Alright, he's half done.
Ready to go. Here's the healing arc. Denied. Here I come. On your knees. Severing wind. Devastation. You dare. Take this. Astral arc.
That's my cue.
What in the world is this round? Shut him down. Soaring right spin. This is looking like. Can't move.
I couldn't make it in time. Our arc is being interrupted.
Armor won't save you. Can't move.
Sleep now.
Ancient ruin.
That'll bring you down.
I can fight that thing easily, it seems. Yep. Especially when I'm on story difficulty.
Not today.
Sleep now.
Oh, those all count as unique enemies. Certain as soon as we kill that thing, though, they're all dead. Well, if he has an overlimit, then that must mean he has a mystic art, right? Well, again, he's not really a character per se, so he probably doesn't have one. Like, beast monsters typically don't have them.
Thank you for the healing, gentlemen.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Megasonic thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
One down.
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this
It's
thing?
God. What do you expect?
Just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
The Great Spirits!
Damn. Must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renaissance!
Yeah, he ate it.
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there. You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
He's practically inviting you anyway.
All right. Let's go.
Jump in the darkness sphincter.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the great
I think we're in Final Destination. Is this how Alphen gets into Smash?
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on. We've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way.
Not more of these things! God fucking damn you!
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving.
Get out of our way already!
You said it, Ren, well.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human.
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong.
The guy didn't warn me about this. What the hell? It just said there was another fight after this, and then there's the final one.
Sleep now.
In a bind?
Here I come.
More for the sky.
Begin.
Wind.
Elusive deity.
Like, this actually feels like they're trying to pad it out now.
In an instant. Impact block.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Where are you going?
Elusive deity. I can carve through armor.
Take this. Lunar Robin.
I'm nearly done for.
Escape. You're finished. Take this. Wind. Devastation. Take this. Escape. You picked the wrong fight.
And you're dead.
Take this. Severing wind.
I never miss.
Devastation.
Denied.
You're finished.
Illuminate the dark. Holy glimmer.
Hold nothing back. Dragon Swarm. Try harder. Dragon Swarm. Coming through. Ha!
I must have seen this Mr. Kirk 20 times tonight.
Scarlet Inferno.
Here goes.
My turn. Move it again. Megasonic Thrust. It's on. Lunar Burn. You're mine. You're mine. Dragon Swarm.
See what I can do.
I'm grateful.
Here goes.
Devastation.
Searing tempest. Not on my will.
Wind. Devastation. Soaring Light Spear.
Sleep now.
Take this. Devastation.
Lightning conduct. Out of ammo. Here's a healing arc.
Soaring Light Spear. Devastation.
Holy land.
Take this.
Let them mark.
Wind.
Outline you in the
You're
dark.
mine. Devastation.
Benediction light.
You're mine. Severing Wind. Devastation.
It's go time.
Holy land.
Armor won't save you.
Escape.
Here's evil.
Not today. Dragon Swarm.
No further. Raging
You're mine. Wind.
now.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade. My turn. Megasonic Thrust. Severing Wind. Devastation. Pierce.
No dawn shall break this night.
This is
Put
your
it dry. Behold, the earth pulse. Tectonic vision. Anything in order is all mine. Awaken and wreak havoc.
Here I come! Burn!
I never miss.
Devastation!
Confiscated.
You're mine! Devastation! You're fixed from the wind! Rise to the phoenix!
Illuminated dark.
In a bind.
Dragon swarm!
Burning strike.
Dragon swarm! Severing wind! Devastation! Here I come!
Laser field. Take this. I'll smash you.
Take it! You picked the wrong fight! I'm ready! Follow me! In an instant! Impact block!
No more, please.
Brace yourselves! We're going to crash!
We're gonna crash into about 15 more of them.
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dahna?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
This madness ends right here, right now.
Penultimate fight.
We really mean it.
Lord willing.
So far, we've faced so much. We can't get through this together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
You know, normally it's frowned upon to like consult a guide for a game that you're playing for the first time. But had I not done that, I would have gone to bed much earlier than I'm about to.
Let's do this, Law.
Because this spoiler-free guide I'm looking at is basically telling me exactly how much I have left. It neglected to mention that stupid-ass fight we just did, though. Like I play MMOs and just don't have ad phases, but at least the ads are unique to the bosses, not the same traffic when you're fighting. Exactly! Like if I were to trim the fat of this game, oh my god, there's so much to trim. And it's a damn shame because this game started strong. Like if it were your average everyday Tales game from before this, I'd be like, whatever, they're all like this. Ooh.
From here on out.
Oh, it's like they're doing our boost attacks, but with like unique dialogue.
We did it. Amazing. All that astral energy.
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! It's back!
Hey,
Megasonic thrust!
Lunar corruption.
Burn it now!
no darn shall break here.
This one's mine.
Here I come!
Go get it.
In a bind.
Here. Not in your dreams.
Oh shit, he has one?
Here I go.
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow. That's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you.
Here I come! Dragon swarm!
You know, guys, if you're gonna use my items, the least you could do is use the ones that restore your magic, which will let you heal.
Ignite!
No more dithering. Our future begins here.
I was hoping you guys would use that one together. And now the last one's in his mouth.
Always impressive.
I guess that makes two.
Nope, there's his crotch too.
Let's do it.
That'll bring you down.
Oh wait, we'll probably get to the one in his mouth next. God, we don't even get a warning for that one. Well, it's all better than the final boss of Tales of Zestiria. That's all. Everything's better than that. Dog shit's better than that fight. For anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, in Tales of Zestiria, the final boss has an art similar to what that black hole thing is, except you have, like, he's charged as an ultra mega attack, and then you have to barrage him with so much damage to stop him from the attack, and if you fail, it's instant death, and not only is it game over, you have to start his previous phases over again. It is the fucking worst. I rage quit streaming that game all those years ago because of that fight. And I've only rage quit 2 games on this Twitch channel: Devil May Cry 3 and that.
You may be strong, but I'll never.
Wait, DMC3, why? Too hard. I don't think I was ready. I didn't hate the game, it's just I couldn't beat Virgil. I do want to go back to it, though. Although, considering I have been easing up on my no easy mode, or changing difficulty policy, I might just play the game again on easy mode and then try again.
Can't end here.
And I don't think I've ever beaten Devil May Cry 3 before, because like when I lent it from someone in high school, it was not the special edition, which did not have normal mode. Yeah, the Devil May Cry games are on my list of things to stream, because like I primarily stream JRPGs, but I'm running out of those. One thing I do want to do is I want to do a Metroid marathon, because I want to play Dread, but I haven't played the other non-Prime games. Man, I'm just eating through these.
Not done yet.
Need to pull myself together. Need to pull myself together.
You and me.
This is it.
This ends now!
It's the end of him.
Alphen.
Which would be a wonderful way to end the game had I not known that there's already another boss coming. One last one after this. God, this might be my longest stream in a while. I'm approaching 5 hours. I don't think I've streamed this long since Persona 5 Royal was the last thing I streamed.
Before it can recover.
Actually, what was my longest stream recently?
Yeah.
It might have been the end of Royal. Or Strikers? I don't remember. I'm thinking about something that's irrelevant while also not paying attention to the cutscene. Oh, there was that one Xenoblade 2 stream where I went for 5 hours. Only because I was just stuck on a stupid-ass fight. Yeah, this dipshit.
I've returned, just as I told you I would. Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch.
Yo, wannabe Sephiroth who dresses like Jon Snow from Game of Thrones.
You know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me.
I don't know why he's all
Bastard.
gray though. Is he encased in ice?
My duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end.
I'm guessing it's a one-on-one duel.
Save everyone. And Sion! over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it. It's so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder... I was still alive after so long. But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! Ignite! I'm not done! Here I come!
Oh, crap.
The fury of lightning! My piston! Burn! Megasonic thrust! Enough of your foolishness!
Yeah, I know. My health. I don't have Shion or Dohalim to help to bust me out.
Dragon Swarm! Megasonic thrust! This one's all mine! Eat why do you resist? Here I come!
Alright, he's a quarter of the way done.
Devastation! The fury of lightning!
That's why I bought all those grape gels.
There! Take this! I can erase everything! Not today!
And I read ahead. Apparently the best way is to stagger his ass. So then he can't do shit. Oh, fuck. Getting cocky. I also have, like, the elixirs, which are, like, the best weapon. Problem is they will not save me from KO because it's just me. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You may be strong. Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! This should do it. You will.
Oh, crap. It's his turn.
Ignite!
Wait. What's this?
You control others to keep from being controlled. But that's a path of never-ending hatred. Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward. The weakness disgusts me. You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive!
Love his AI freaking out when you're directly above him. Yeah, fighting in the air is new to Tails, so they don't know what to do.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people...
Explosive ring.
And guide you can't have been alone your whole life. And then there's the lashes of lips. Each strike spreading a stream of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for sport. And the
I guess during that scene I got his health down to half. Ooh.
Ooh. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way?
Wait, I can't use my items anymore.
Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more.
I don't have health anymore. I think that you just beat his ass to oblivion.
I want a world built on kindness, ungiving, unwarmed. You take and destroy. I am nothing like you.
Even the game's like, yeah, dude, you've been here 5 hours.
All others shall be banished. Try harder. sword with the power Shion has bestowed upon me. I'll take you down! Not today! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Eat this! This one's all mine! Burn in hell! It's on! Try this! You picked the wrong button! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! This one's all mine! Burn in hell!
I just keep getting my boost strike. Did I just use this to whoop his ass? It's fucking working! Nope, nope, sorry, Mystic Art. Ooh, a new one!
You are the last obstacle impeding my progress. Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
Did I do it? Yeah, anime cutscene, I did it. Hooray, it's done! I'm gonna put the controller down now.
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun! I'm sorry. The Renaissance is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Rena's Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't. I would never. It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared.
So he used the Renaissance to blow himself up because he's like, you want to use it to save the world? Well, guess what? I'm going to use it to blow myself so you can't use it.
That's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know.
It's like collecting the Dragon Balls and then someone else gets them. It's like, oh yeah, well I wish the Dragon Balls weren't real, so now you can't use them anymore.
So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
He got salty, he lost, so he took his ball and went home. He took his ball and went to hell.
Look! The path Dahna's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dahna's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Good question.
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dahna's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dahna's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dahna thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe
we're gonna call a different god, ask for a solid. Yeah, kinda.
The only way to save Rena too.
Save Rena?
Rena?
Save Rena. Everybody in there is a pool of dead.
If we're saving everyone,
everybody on Rena melted, and that's what that water is.
I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
This might be the longest anime cutscene I've seen a Tales game do. Everyone's turned into the water. Well, no, like people like melted.
My plea. I want to save Xion, and I want to save Rena too. I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain. So please, grant us your strength!
I wish for a world where atheism is correct. Wait, no, that was Xenoblade Chronicles. Nope. I'm gonna get claimed for that. No, thank you. I'll turn it back on when they start talking. The final boss of the game is the DMCA! They couldn't do this till the credits where I could talk about my feelings on the game, and then I can mute it then. Yeah! There we go. An overt romance in a Tales game. Instead of being implied. It's over. Wait, they're not going to credit the dub actor? What the fuck? Put the dub actor on the bottom. Ray Chase is awesome as Elfin. And Erica Limbeck as Shion was wonderful. This is a great game up until the fucking end. I almost want to be generous and give it a 9 out of 10. but I'm probably gonna give it an 8 for that fucking. Yeah, there's probably a section where they. Yeah, but I feel like the dub actor should be like on there, especially since they translated it. Like, man, it is a damn shame that the end of this game was as rough as it was, because this game started real fucking strong. I am very, very excited for the future of the Tales games, if this is the direction they go in. And even Hoodles got credit. If this is the direction the Tales is going in from now on, fine, but man, you've got to smooth out those rough edges. Like, enough with the overly long, overly stupid dungeons like we just went through. I actually was not expecting the villains to get credit, but you know what? Fine. Motoi Sakuraba knocked it out of the fucking park with the music in this. Like, after doing a bunch of generic guitar tracks from generic orchestra, they went full fucking epic orchestra this time. I forgot they did 2 openings for this game. Oh, it was Ufotable that does the same studio that did Demon Slayer. That explains the high production value. Alright, maybe now I can unmute it. Okay, so just like the end of well, actually the end of Symphonia, they united the worlds. Xenoblade did that too. Oh, so we're just getting like character credits, but not like the actual dev credits? I guess that's coming later. Oh yeah, the animation cutscene's probably throwing you off. Law wasn't actually wearing red. I just put that on because I like that better. Oh good, they did live this time.
Let's go.
That "let's go" sounded way stronger than it needed to be. Alright, here's the oh god damn, I gotta mute it again. It's the opening. No. Okay. Holy shit. Wow. Up until that last, like I said earlier, up until that last portion, what a fucking ride this was. If this is the direction the Tales goes in from now on, I'm thrilled. Tear the fucking fat though. My God. Yeah, just as soon as the second opening where you appears right after you think you beat the game comes up, is where I think this game started to go downhill a bit. So all mass are rendered useless, industries collapse, war, famine, and strife ensued in the coming decades. That first point has some merit, though. How am I going to fast travel to other areas? Well, it's probably going to be like other RPGs. Is like, oh, you can go back to right before the point of no return. Let this be a lesson, kids. Don't smash two different civilizations together and assume everything will be okay. Yeah, I think that's going to be the plot of Xenoblade 3. I like seeing the concept art of these major scenes. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I am gonna fade pretty quickly soon. I'm waiting to see if there. I'm wondering if there is an after credits scene, but I think that one we just saw was it. But yeah, thank you guys everybody for coming out, especially you Double for coming in super late at night. Jesus Christ, I don't like doing these late streams often, but when I'm going to finish a game, I could care less. So I've probably already mentioned 100 times already, but replacing this game is going to be Pokemon Legends Arceus. A game I would have played on my own free time and never streamed, but considering how busy I've been and how much I really want to play it, we're streaming that instead. I did like the first 2 hours of Pokemon Legends Arceus, and I'm just going to start over. I have no qualms about restarting and just going from there. Plus, I could go for a shorter game after doing Persona 4 Golden and this. And apparently Pokemon Legends Arceus is only about 20 hours long. I can deal with that. And then after that, who knows? I'm running out of RPGs. Last year, I got through a bunch of my backlog of RPGs, and I'll have to dig through and see if I have any more. Well, I do have some. There's a lot of Final Fantasy games I haven't played yet. Like I have 10 I never finished. I never finished 9. I never finished 8, but I feel like 8 is not one I want to stream because of how messed up the battle system is. But we'll see. I can't think about it right now. It's 1 in the morning, and I worked earlier this morning, so I'm really tired. I'm gonna hop in bed as soon as I get this archive started to render. Pursue the Darkest Souls? No, thank you. I'm not ready for that. There are some other non-RPG games I can stream that are in my backlog. Like, I'm drawing a blank. I was also thinking about like doing streams where I do like completion runs of games I've already beaten. Like, I've wanted to do streams of me just like zenning out and like trying to complete the Yakuza games, but the only reason I haven't platinum Yakuza 0 yet is because the fucking Mahjong minigame. I don't know how to play that. And yeah, all of like the Japanese like dice and card games like Mahjong and all that, I haven't gotten the completion points for that because they want you to get all these little perks to get completion points, and then the completion list is how you get the platinum. I'll probably find some. Oh, you know what I probably want to do? I might do like a little run of Resident Evil 2 Remake because the Resident Evil 2 playthrough on SBR is like a trade-off between my PS5 and Rich's PS5, and he did the Leon playthrough on his PS5. Meanwhile, I didn't do it on mine, so maybe I'll just do that. But I might save that for Halloween. I don't know. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed? Yeah, yes, I have. But I don't know if I'd be into that. An MMO is a commitment I don't know if I'm really ready to make. If I got like a group of people that I knew that played it together, I would consider it, but like that's something I'd have to play with like a crew. Oh, you know what else is coming up that I'm definitely gonna be... So normally we did like Smash streams whenever a new character dropped, but we got Mario Kart DLC coming out now, so my game nights are gonna be that when those start dropping next month. Oh my god. I'm checking the recording. It's now 5 hours and 15 minutes long. Wait, Ukes was working on this? What the hell did Ukes do on this? Ukes made the old SmackDown games. What the hell? Is there a tables, ladders, and chairs mode where I can fight Volron and WrestleMania? No, really, what the hell do Ukes have to do with this game? I haven't seen that name since SmackDown vs. Raw. Oh, these like the dub credits? Pac-Man! Well, I know that Tekken and Soul Calibur, and that there's like some, Wait, there was a Xenosaga crossover costume? Can I skip? Yeah, you can skip the credits. The game, yay, Destin Liberator. The game on the sound stage are clear data. Loading this file, unlock a new quest for brand new adventures and encounters away. So know the clear data save points right before the final battle. You also unlock New Games Plus in the title screen. Fuck yeah! I'm gonna make a separate one just in case. Boy. Nope. Go to the title screen, please. Alright, everybody. That was Tales of Arise. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Once again, thank you for keeping me company in the late hours. I probably would have given up if no one showed up. I'm taking a... No, stop! Stop trying to get me claimed, game. Jesus Christ. I'm losing it. Alright, I'm taking a break tomorrow. Because I'm going to be recording and taking a rest. But Friday I'll be back playing Persona 4 Golden. And on Monday I'll be playing some Pokemon Legends Arceus. If you like the stream, follow me on Twitch here. I'm MugiwaraJM, all one word. Mugiwara_JM in other places. And MugiwaraJM, all one word in other places. And I'm MugiwaraJM on Facebook. And if you like the gaming content, check out Super Bonus Round. We're currently going through Yakuza 5, Super Mario 64, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Leon playthrough, returned earlier today. And Cuphead, Psychonauts 2, and Psychonauts Rhombus of Ruin, and Majora's Mask are coming down the line. I won't keep this going on too much longer. Have a great rest of your night or day, depending on where you're watching this. I'll see you on Friday for some Persona 4 Golden, and Monday for Pokemon Legends Arceus. Have a good night, y'all. I'm gonna go pass out. Bye-bye.